Down in be bought 7:43 a.m. I've started this early for a long time, but I have been here since 7. Um, would I recommend? Um, hang on, brother. Would I recommend Ambrosia ready to eat porridge? I would not, or certainly not warm. Fucking tastes like rice pudding, bro. So I got this is my Regis desk setup. It's a co-op office. Quick office tour. Let me know if the camera gets a bit too close. So I got Formula One quali, dual monitors, my setup. I got a little fan. Oh, that's the camera, dickhead. Oh, well, there you go. I had my squash, my phone's on charge, nothing behind me. You can only get in that door with a fob, by the way. So this is 6 desks in here. This is desk that I've taken over. Desk there, 3 desks there. And the lights. I can't do anything about the lights, and there's no blinds, which I'm not happy with. Um, because when it gets dark, I can't see outside, and people can see in, and people can clearly see in from the road. Luckily, no one's walking past, so it's weird. There's no path. Well, people might be walking past over there, but even if they're walking past over there, I don't know where the fuck they're coming from. Because it's like it's the beginning of an industrial estate. Anyway, I am very organized today. I have. Let me turn this on. I have my. Oh, what's today? Day 95. So it's a Saturday. So I've had my. I made myself toast and I forgot it on the side. So I had some porridge for breakfast. That didn't go down very well. So great start. I feel knackered. I went to bed at 1. Yes, I did 10 hours, 6 hours on the phones, 4 hours admin. When it got home at 12, 8 late, went to bed at 1. I thought it was much later than that, but I think I did go to bed at 1. Got up at 6. Uh, was intending to get up at 7 and watch the Formula One on my iPad in bed. And I thought, you know what, fuck it. You've got 4 weekends before this car arrives in the UK. So let's go out and mother fucking oh 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 oh. So I'm currently watching Q2 quali Formula One. I'll be putting on the rugby later. I got a good. I think I got a good game plan. It comes through in my emails in 15 minutes. It says about starting at 9, so I think I'm going to do a McDonald's hour, which I haven't done in. Oh god, I haven't done in a long time. I think I did it last in August last year. I did one in August. I did one in May, couple in May, one in March, and one in Feb. Maybe a couple of hours. Oh, and one in January. Literally, you can count the hours on the palm of my hand. So that's what I'm gonna do. I feel tired. I really want my energy drink, but I need to stagger it, so that'll come into play before I start opticians around 9. So yeah, um, lunch. So George, my friend George, works 8 till 8, 4 days on, 4 days off. It was 8 till 12, um, half hour for lunch, and then Oh, hang on, 2 seconds. Struggling big time this morning, man. Right, start again. 8:24. Donald. Let's go. Yes, I don't have a timer on uh, this phone system. Oh, I need a time. Yeah, 45% time. Hi, good morning. I was just looking for the BM, the business manager. Oh, have I got the wrong number? Oh, I thought I called uh, McDonald's in Orpington. Oh, did it used to be that number? Sorry, I'll put it down as the wrong number, but did... Oh, okay, my apologies. I apologize for that. Thank you. Sorry. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Hi, good morning. I was just looking for the BM, the business manager. Oh, there we go. I'll put this on my notes. When is he back in? Is he in tomorrow or is it like next week? Oh, there we go. If you don't mind me asking, who is it I need to ask for if I try again? M-I-N or with a H? Oh, brilliant. My name's Charles, but I'll give him a bell. Oh, what shift is he on? Is it like morning or late? Do you know? Just so I don't call it the wrong time. Yeah, perfect. I'll try again. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye. in the mood. Calling mobiles. Hi, good morning. I was looking for the BM, the business manager. Well, very quickly, my name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS. I'm based in Cardiff. I was just looking for permission, really, just to leave my contact details, and I was hoping if I could leave you guys some prices as well, if that would be okay. Oh, thank you. Is email a good way of sending it across to yourself? At uk.mcd. There you go. You can tell I've made this call before. What was your name as well, mate? Liam, pleased to meet you. I'm Charles, by the way, Liam. Just to ask very quickly, because I don't want to be presumptuous. I know most of the printers that McDonald's have got, but I know this is a long shot to ask. Do you know the name of your printer? It's normally HP Laser, but I just want to see if you've got the model. No. Is it with this e well, it's normally I don't know if this rings a bell, but it's normally like a M404, like a LaserJet Pro M404. Does that ring any bell? Yeah, yeah. When I send this email across, is there anybody in particular to address it to, or should I just send it initially to yourself? Does it get forwarded on, or like perfect? Is it Kelly with a K as well? K-E-R-R-Y or I? Yeah, perfect. And when you say she's back in on Monday, so should I schedule this email to arrive on Monday as well? Because I know what your emails can be like, so it can get bogged down. So oh, perfect. Okay, perfect. I'll send an email over now. I'll put the M404 on there. If I know you're going to be busy, obviously, but if you do, if it is the wrong print and you do get a chance to have a quick look, just correct me. And then apart from that, I'll put my name Charles on it and I'll send it across shortly. But thank you very much for your time, Liam. Much appreciated. Have a good day as well. Thank you. Bye bye. First quote of the day. Is it perfect? No, far from. But it is what it is. So it's Donald's 00237. Um, ugh. You got, let's do it in order. So you got the M402, M404. Okay. So you got, okay. So on paper, you've got it down as, so 59A, 59X. You've got it down as 65 and 100. 26A, 26X, 90A, 90X. Okay. So let's see initially what your pricing has been like for the UK. Oh, fucked up straight away. Even my pricing isn't consistent. Right, Charlie boy. Let's get some prices together, should we, bruv? So you're looking at crazy. Uh, oh. I think 40 and 50. Nineteen forty-seven. 73. Nice. Hundred and can you bring it down to 80? How many pages are there? 10. 50 and 80. Charles, the fuck up, bro. 82 and 43. You're talking. Okay. What's the backup? What's the backup options? 16. $78. 48.95. 48. 40.85. 43 and 77. Y2025. You see, and that price of 40 is not bad. Right, where was I? M404. Okay. Okay, let's go that sort out. 1, 2, 3, Well, yeah, aggressive. Really. No, you don't need this screen behind you. You're doing gold course. Let's go. Hi, good morning. I was just looking for the BM, the business manager. My name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS. I'm based in Cardiff. I was just looking for permission really to leave my contact details and my prices on an email. Would that be okay? Yeah. Oh, thank you. What's the best email for you guys? Is it the store one? No, not for you guys. No, I got the gist of it, but not the store number. Bear with me. 00, sorry, 358 at uk.mcd. .com. I was going to ask as well, if I send this email across, I know this is a bit of a long shot to ask very quickly, but do you happen to know the name of the printer? Because you normally have a HP LaserJet, but I was hoping for the one that you have. I can send over, what I think it is, but do you have any idea of what it is? No. No, that's fine. If I send it across, who is it, if you don't mind me asking, who is it I need to address it to? Sharon, brilliant. No problem. I'll put that in my notes. And is it best to send it now, or shall I schedule it to arrive when she's back in? Yeah, Monday morning. Perfect. I'll send that across. But thank you very much for your help. Anyway, I do appreciate it. Thank you. Cheers. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye. uh, Might as well just put the 402 in there as well. Been a while, bro. Wait. Ah, okay. Ah, okay. Hi, good morning. I was just looking for the BM, the business manager. Well, very quickly, my name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS. I'm based in Cardiff. I was just looking for permission really to leave my contact details and my prices on email. No, I don't actually. I've got the gist of it, but not the store number. 429 at UK.mcd. Oh, perfect. And if you don't mind me asking, what was your name? Sorry, Zach. With a Z or ZAK or oh ZACK. Perfect. My name's Charles, by the way, Zach. I was going to ask very quickly before you go. I know this is a bit of a long shot to ask, but do you happen to know the name of the HP printer? Because I've got, again, I quote for many different types, but I was wondering if you know your model by any chance. Oh, thank you. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, perfect. No problem at all. What I'll do is I'll send that across. Is that something that you get involved with at all, or does it get passed on? Perfect. It's not cheaper. I'll be very upfront with you, mate. I've been doing this for 16 years, and I've been running my company for 8. And when I first started cold calling in 2017, when I first set up my business, I actually started calling McDonald's at like 6, 7, 8 in the morning, for example, when the BM's shift starts. And I was getting a lot of success with conversations, but they were getting at, and you probably, I don't know what it's like in 2025, but you were getting hammered by uh, 2 or 3 companies, like the same companies, if that makes sense. Um, oh, perfect. What's the model? Is it MFC, DCP? Yeah, what tone does it take? T. Oh, that's interesting. So you've got MFC-J or something like that. It's an inkjet. They fit in the palm of your hands. Did you say LC422s? But you didn't mention the letters XL. Are you buying the XLs? Okay, cool. Well, interestingly, I actually I did some work last night on brother LC 422s, 421s, and 426s. So I'm actually a little bit more competitive. So when you say about the word value, I love that word, Zach, because that basically does not just incorporate the price, it incorporates the service as well. So I know it sounds a bit wishy-washy, but the reason I'm still in business, yeah. Well, one thing I will say though, I promise not. No, I was just going to say, I was, I was going to, I should have said this at the end. I was going to say, no matter what happens, I promise not to do your head in, and then I went and interrupted you. Sorry, mate. Um, I'll send you over the details, mate. But like I said to you, I want to really stress that a lot of McDonald's they get along with me, but I leave them to it. So I don't hassle them, I don't badger them, I don't pester them. I just say to them, listen, if I'm needed, you can ring me. My number hasn't changed in 8 years. My email, it did change about 4 years ago, and it won't change now. 10 years in time, it'll still be the same email. I like continuity, and I know that business managers, I understand the business model of McDonald's is very different to a lot of companies where they go to different stores and the assistant manager and the first assistant, etc., etc. But for me, it's just about being as upfront, as honest as I can. And like you said, if it ties into somebody saying, "Listen, Charles, if you can supply XYZ stores, can you do it at this price?" And if you're upfront with me, and I'll 100% be upfront with you, that it doesn't concern me that Dotty Ink and Stinky Ink and all these other companies do cheaper prices. It doesn't concern me because I'm not trying to be the cheapest. It's like a race to the bottom, Zach. Um, there's a lot of, you know. No, no, I really, really appreciate your time. Thank you. Of course, and you have a lovely day as well. Thank you very much for your time. Cheers, Zach. Bye bye. Bye bye. I have a feeling that didn't go through properly. Flash inkjet, bro. Hi, good morning. I was looking for the BM, the business manager. Oh, my name's Charles. Very quickly, I run my own independent ink business called SOS. I'm based in Cardiff, and I was just looking for permission really to leave my contact details and my prices on email, if that would be okay. Are you sure? Oh, thank you very much. Um, no, no, I've got the gist of it, the end of it, but do you know your store number? And I can bear with me. At uk.mcd.com. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. I've been doing this. I've been doing this a long time, so it hasn't changed. And what was your name, by the way? Ranvir. Perfect. I'm Charles, by the way. Ranvir. Pleased to meet you. No, of course. I was going to ask very quickly before you go. I know it's a long shot to ask very quickly, but do you know the name of your printer, Ranvir? Because I was hoping to leave a price in the email, if I can. Yeah, yeah. Oh, sorry. Do you know the name of the printer though? The HP. Yeah. M404. Yeah, yeah. Oh, perfect, perfect. I'm going to send you an email and have a look. Thank you very much for letting me do so. Thanks, Ranvi. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. He goes, thanks, Charles. Do you know what? I'm laughing, but he probably thinks of me the same. Ah, fucking hell, man. Keep imagining being in this car. Come on, Charles. Right. I see set the next 5 calls, but what's the point is that? One, two, three, four, five. Close that down, brother. They're so busy. Hi, good morning. I was just looking for the BM, the business manager. Yeah, of course. Sorry, my name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS. I'm based in Cardiff, but I was just wondering if they're free. Oh, thank you. Hi, good morning. Very quickly, my name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS. I'm based in Cardiff. I was just wondering if I could get permission to leave my contact details and my prices for ink for the HP printer in an email, if that would be okay with you. Are you sure? Would that be okay? Oh, perfect. I appreciate that. What was your name, by the way? J Y. I'm Charles, by the way, Jay. Pleased to meet you. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. What's the best email address to get you on? I've got the gist of it, but I don't have the store number. Or someone's so would 00710? Yeah, at UK, yeah, dot mcd.com. And then I was going to ask, and I know this is a bit of a long shot to ask very quickly, but do you happen to know the name of one of the printers so I could send you some prices as an example? Yeah, perfect. And then do you, I was talking to another few other stores. One of them, interestingly, had a brother printer, but do you have anything else, or is that the main one? Oh, wow. Okay. NV602. Okay. Do you use that quite a lot, or? Yeah. And how would you get on with it if you don't mind me asking? The Envy, yeah. So you don't go through it a lot. You probably maybe don't use it very often because I only yeah, yeah, because I'm only thinking the page yield is I mean the LaserJet, the high capacity is 10,000 pages. The Envy, the 305 XL, it does 240 pages. So if you get a calculator and do 240 into 10,000, yeah, you've probably got 305 XL. Or what are you looking at, the Envy or the HP or the NVA? It's going to be 305 XL. Yeah, and it's a tricolor for the color. It's like one. Yeah, yeah. No worries. I've probably jinxed it. No way. You're not using the 305, surely. Really? The 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 page yield. You know when you read articles or you Google how expensive ink is, and it comes in the top 10 most expensive liquids in the world. Well, the 62, the 305 standard black and the standard color. The black does 120 pages and the color does 100. So just to give you a very brief comparison, the HP Laser M404, like I said, the high capacity X toner does 10,000. Yours does 120. It's crazy that, but then again, you can't use it that much because if you did a print run, my all joking aside, my 9-year-old, I've got a printer, and my 9-year-old daughter, my 16-year-old daughter, honestly, they print and it's like the ink just goes, and my ink is like 1,000 pages. So but you've never noticed that the ink goes quite quickly on it. But even one print job would be an ink, wouldn't it? Like if you could use all that in like a day, couldn't you, or a weekend? Maybe you've just never noticed it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's very rare stuff. Yeah, yeah, your own. Yeah, yeah, not just the company stuff. The go into that laser, the M404. I keep mentioning the high capacity. The toner. I'm presuming it's high capacity, but you might have standard. Does the CF259A or CF259X, does that ring any bells with you? Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's the standard. Yeah, the A basically standard. The C, if you don't mind me asking, because I've spoken to a few of the McDonald's, I'm not sure if you're in the same group, but I have spoken to a few of the McDonald's in the area, and they use a particular company. Um, yeah, yeah. So I've been doing this for 16 years, Jay, since 2009. I've been running my company since 2017, so this is my eighth year. And when I first started cold calling McDonald's, literally 8 years ago, I started in March of 2017. And when I first started cold calling McDonald's, all I was getting was the same companies over and over. But I already knew about them. But I'm a little bit different because I knew from the beginning of my company that I didn't want my business to be relied. And I'm not saying they are, but I didn't want. I knew what I wanted, if that makes sense, and I knew that it was a risky game I was playing because I refused to be drawn into being cheaper on price, cheaper on price, cheaper on price, like a race to the bottom. So what I decided to do was look at service, look at my knowledge at the time was 8 years. Now it's 16. My trust is there. I've got McDonald's up and down the country that trust me. Like, for example, they place an order every 6 months, and I don't hassle them, Jay. I don't badge them. I don't pester them. I don't do the heading. We don't even speak. And then suddenly I get an email off an order, McDonald's in Inverness or somewhere, up in Scottish Highlands, and they'll say, "Hi Charles, can I please order this?" And the price isn't even spoken because the price is already been agreed. I haven't moved my goalposts. And another thing I don't do is I don't base it on quantity because sometimes genuinely they just need one toner in their P&L sheet. They don't want two toners. They don't want five toners. They just want a toner. And so I don't upsell them or anything like that. I'm not like it with all my customer base, but it does seem to work quite well. The problem that I have with McDonald's is you guys get I don't know if it's still the case, but you guys get hammered on the phones, hammered on emails, so it is very hard to stand out. That's how I feel anyway. You got, I don't know about you, but that's the feedback I get from people I speak to. You just get constant calls. So if you don't mind me asking, the current situation, what is it that I could offer that is it just is price a very important factor, or is there other things at play that I could offer that maybe you're not getting at the moment, if that makes sense? Because price isn't a problem. I can match or beat if necessary, but it's more about the longevity. And I understand that business managers, they leave to go to the stores, etc. You know. Sorry, Jay. Let me wrap up with you. What is it that you would be looking for in a supplier? Like, what can I do to stand out from the rest, if that makes sense? You know? Yeah, yeah. Which does work, mate. It's a good business model and it does work. But I can guarantee their turnover of staff will be high because I've been in companies before and telesales is very, very difficult. People to stick to get a good customer base, it takes about 3 years, and then things get really good for you. But then the company usually changes their goalposts when you're in sales. So normally, when you start getting good at it, they'll change the commission structure, and then it'll demoralize the staff. Yeah, exactly. So for me, I run my own company, but I'm going to be here. I've been here for a long time. I'm going to be here for a very long time again. But in terms of price, um, I know my prices. I know what I can go down to. I spoke to a gentleman. Are you in the same group? Is it? I might have got this wrong, but is it Bennett Restaurants? Possibly. Yeah, perfect. I spoke to I don't know if you know another BM. I'm not sure if he's a BM. No, I spoke to another store. A guy called Zach. 01429 Picket post. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I spoke to him briefly, but he was very kind of straight to the point. And he said, "Listen, Charles, we use Inc. There's 20 stores in the franchise. If you can do better pricing or something like that, bulk orders." And I was like, I said to him straight away, like, it does put me off a little bit because better pricing basically means, oh, so you say you're paying, say I quote 60, and you say, oh, Dot Yank are doing 50, and then I go, okay, I'll do it for 45, and then you go back to Dot Yank, and then I'll do it for 40, oh, Charles Dot Yank do 40, and then I'll do it for, and then 100%, and the point is, I'm looking for longevity, so what I'm looking for is a price point that you're comfortable with, that I'm comfortable with, but also that we can just leave each other alone to the point where you just email me every 3 months, every 6 months, and a store just randomly rings me up and says, Charles, can I please have a 59A toner? And then that's it. It gets sent out. The price isn't even discussed because it's predetermined. It's set in not in stone because obviously things can change and prices can change. I've seen the price of the Happy Meals, by the way, Jay. I've got 5 kids. You know, you've absolutely killed me the last few years, mate. It's hurtling towards £4. It's crazy. I remember the days it was 199. But the point is, you know, once I don't move the goalposts. So you can't please 20 stores in a group. You know, you can't please everyone. So for me, it's about building those individual relationships with Jay, with Zach. I just spoke to a gentleman called Ranvir, for example. So like it's yeah, yeah. It's basically building those relationships to the point where everyone's on the same page without even talking to each other. You're all on the same page, so you're not being told, you're not being like you have to use Charles or you have to use SOS or whatever, but also the fact that I'm matching the work ethic. You guys just work like it's crazy how much you work, and for me it's like I run my own company. I'm trying to build up my McDonald's stores again. It's very, very difficult to maintain it because, like I said, by the time you get a good relationship, Jay, you're off to another store. And then when you ring the store and wish Jay Merry Christmas, he's gone. There's somebody else, and then it's like, and then, not just that, they shut you down. Like you could order. I've had McDonald's order drink off me for like 5 years, and then I've called up to wish him Merry Christmas. I've said, oh, is Emily there? No, she's gone to another store or she's left. And I've gone, oh, my name's Charles, and they're like, who are you? And I'm like, oh, I supply your ink, and they're like, oh no, we're fine. And I'm like, I didn't ask you if you needed anything. I was just wishing Emily Merry Christmas, and then they're like, no, if we need anything, we'll let you know. But to be honest, we use some, and then they just go off on this, defensive thing tangent. And then for me, it's like I sit back in my chair and I think, Is it really worth it? Yeah, 100%, mate. Honestly, with McDonald's in particular, I have to be honest with you. It's one of the most it's one of the most rewarding and frustrating. It's generally speaking more frustrating, but when it gets rewarding, I get a franchise up in Scotland. I got a franchise of 8 stores. The accountant is the one I get along with fantastically well. We've got an excellent relationship. She pays invoices on the day. It's amazing, and the trust is incredible. So, for example, if I say to her, store's just ordered. Can I send you the invoice? She'll say, no problem, Charles, send it over. I'll send it over and I get paid within the hour. It's nuts. And that, honestly, the trust is incredible. But then when I speak to other stores, they just shut me down, shut me. It's hard. But it it's very few and far between. And but like I said, it is rewarding when it happens because then it's like it is worth the effort. But I haven't done. If I'm going to be honest with you, mate, I've done 5 hours on McDonald's last year. When I first started in 2017, I probably did 5 a day for like a couple of months. I was absolutely killing it. I called 1,500 stores, company owned, franchised. I just absolutely like went nuts. And then I just realized after that, I was just like, this is crazy because you guys just get calls and emails all the time. It's I think people just think you as a soft touch, if that makes sense. Maybe I don't know. Um, yeah, I think it's not simple. Yeah, kind of, but it's not as simple as that because the franchise that I just told you about with the 8 stores, it took me years to get to the eighth store. I had like 4 stores, and the other 4 stores knew about me for years. We're talking years, like literally 3, 4 years. It never bothered, and the best laugh is the owner is it's the same owner for all 8. So it's like I've got my foot in the door with Specsavers, and there's in Ireland I've got my foot in the door with in the UK, but in Ireland I've got my foot in the door in Ireland recently, and the director has 5 stores. He's been using me for his store. He's a director for 4 other stores with obviously other directors, and do you know what? I have not had a peek. Off the other 4 stores, but he he's saying that he's going to send a letter, like an email, to all his stores, and anyone he comes across. He's the only director in Ireland. There's 66 stores or 67 stores, and he's the only director with more than 4 stores. He's on his own with 5, and we get along fantastically well. But do you know what? It's not a prerequisite that I've got the business for the 4 of the stores. Now, don't get me wrong, I haven't like aggressively gone after the other 4 because for me, it's about relationship. And if I can just stay in a game within a year, 2 years, 3 years down the line, I'm very confident I'll have all the stores of his. But the point is, even though we get along, I'm still not getting more business, Jay. So it's not a simple thing that I'm trying to do. But in saying that, with yourself, price wise, I just sent Ranford and Zach an email with pricing for the M404. I know this is a long shot to ask, and I know I'll leave you with it if I ask this question, even if you don't know the answer. But do you know roughly what you guys are paying, and are you all paying the same price across the board? Yeah, yeah. Use.Yink. Yeah, but are they the A's or the X's? That's the crucial part. Now, the A, the C. Okay, is it? But it's obviously a non-original. It's in a plain box. Yeah, this is where it gets really interesting. I've just sent 2 emails out. I've changed my pricing this morning. It was the A was 65 and the X was 100. Now I changed my pricing quite substantially, just specifically for McDonald's. I've now got a post-it note on my monitor. So now for the M44, I now have a price of for the A is 50 and for the X is 80. So I reduced my X down from 100 to 80 and from 65 to 50 because what I wanted to do is quote a McDonald's, whether it's in the north, south, east, west, doesn't matter where you are. My initial quote will be this. And what I did is, and I'll be very upfront with you, I looked at three online companies. So I looked at Cartridge Safe, Toner Giant, and Cartridge People, and those three, they sell the A for 55 to 52. So I thought coming in at 50, and then but the X they sell for 85, 95, and 90. Now I was obviously 100, so I was like, oh, okay, my prices are a little bit out of date. But I thought instead of just going 85 or what have you, I just thought I'll just go to 80, and then I'll stick at that. Now, what's interesting is I've said all this, and I've said this to Zach as well about Dotty Inc. And I've said, oh, you know, how cheap, 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 race to the bottom. But you just said 80, and you also said that was for an A. I'm a little bit confused. Um, that 80 should be. I mean, if it was for an X, it would make sense because I was quoting 100 up until 10 minutes ago. Um, and the other online companies do it for 85, 90, and 95. So 80 makes sense if they've undercut other people, but 80 doesn't make sense if it's an A toner because an A toner only does a third of an X. It does 3,000 pages. So are you have you ever had the CF259X? Does that ring a bell? Like, has anyone ever mentioned the X, or has anyone ever said, "Oh, you can get a high capacity"? Has it ever been like, okay, so the A does 3,000 and the X is 10. I obviously quote for both. I supply both, but it is really interesting because even my 65 would have beaten your A, but my 50. I mean, I'm hoping Zach and Ranvid open up their emails and be like, bloody hell, you know, Zach's in. He's across. Yeah, yeah. I was going to say it's a Bowman postcode. Yeah, I do overdo it though. You've given me a bit of space and time to talk. Mate, I've been on a blower since yeah, which you know what, it's really interesting you should say that because the more times I say to people, I called the school at 2:30 yesterday afternoon, and the woman said to me, Charles, this is the worst time you could ever call me. It's the last day of term. It's 2:30. The kids are about to finish, and I actually said to her genuinely, I said to her, do you know what? The amount of times people say I call it the worst time, I said I can never call it the best time. And then 24 hours later, you're like, Charles, you've called me the best possible time. You'll be the only person this year to say that, Jay. In terms of your ability to use other suppliers, what allowances are you allowed to do? Is it specific store to? I mean, you mentioned about yeah, store to store in the group itself. Yeah, 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 yeah. But then you've got a million and one things going on as well, haven't you? Because if one business manager finds a store, you've got 20. So if one person finds a good supplier, what about the other 19? They could have also found good suppliers, and then before you know it, I don't know if you've got like a WhatsApp group or a email thread that you all keep in touch with, but I suppose it can get a little bit crazy if everybody just brought to a table every day. You can only imagine. Yeah, 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 yeah. What store you mentioned, Gareth? What store is that? Oh, they didn't answer. Perfect. They're above you, so let me put Gareth in my notes. Yeah, it's okay. I don't judge. I don't judge. But sometimes people don't answer. My own customers don't answer, so that's fine. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've got. Oh, let me write it down. So, 121267. So 01267. Yeah, I'm gonna write it down. I'm still gonna give them. I'll still try and give. Actually, in saying that, I think it might be worth sending an email just saying, just say hi, Gareth. I did call. There was no answer, but here's my prices. Yeah, just put in the M404. So in terms of your okay, so how long have you been a BM with? Wow. So in different stores. So my again, I'm so presumptuous. So me saying, "Oh, the business manager leaves every 2 years," you're like, "Not me." Yeah. See, that's the thing. I'm jumping the gun with these things. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm jumping the gun so much. Yeah, 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 yeah. So it shows the longevity. Yeah, 100%. I don't want to call him Rambo though, because he said he was Ranveer. I want to be upgraded on his terms, you know. No, I'll be like Rambo, and he'll be like, "Who said that?" I'll be like, "Nobody called Jay." Like nobody called Jay. I used to deal with a franchise in Brighton actually. I'm gutted how it worked out because I used to deal with a franchise, and the lady's name was Yaz Turin, Turen. I don't know if you know them or yeah, so basically, I think from my little bit of research, I think it was her dad's franchise. She obviously worked there, and we got along quite well. And they were on originals, and they were spending a fortune. And she gave me a go. She had about 9 stores, and it was going really well for 6 months. But the problem is, I wasn't doing the invoicing. I was using a factoring company. So this is back in like 2018, and I used a factoring company. And what happened was, even if the invoice was like £30 and it was out by say like 30 days invoice, say like a couple of days or something like that, they would send automated emails, things like that. And we've never actually said that. She never said this to me, but she just stopped using me, and we were getting along really well on the phone, on email. And that she told all the stores to use me. I was getting stores from Brighton like every other day. It was quite it was going quite well. And then just out of nowhere, she just stopped using me, and I'll never forget it because she I think her daughter or something like that, same age as my youngest one, and we were saying at the time, oh my kids are only 3 years old, and my kid's now 8. It's like 5 years ago. But I'll never forget the stores in Brighton. I got along with them quite well. They seem to be quite a chilled out place. Bournemouth as well. I do well in Bournemouth in my other sectors because obviously I do other businesses. So in terms of just in terms of your stock levels, you said about calling at the right time to have a quick chat, and I appreciate we're unlikely to have a chat like this again for a while. But in terms of your stock levels, have I called it a good time, or is your stock fine at the moment, or is there any opportunity there to try and see? Do you need anything anytime soon, or what's the crack with that? Yeah, yeah. My luck's run out. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm shocked. I genuinely thought that you just saying the word, or when Zach said .ink, I just straight away assumed wrongly that they would be substantially cheaper than me. Um, so I'm a little bit shocked as well because my normal price is 65, that I reduced on my notes this morning to 50, even 65. I'm also a little bit shocked that not that you don't know about the X, but it's something that I mentioned freely. I probably shoot myself in the foot by mentioning it, but isn't that where the service is, Jay? Because yeah, it's offering you like what did Zach say? He used a word. We only spoke very briefly, but he used a word, and I love that word. And he said value, and I said, mate, I love the word value because people think that price and value are the same. They're not. Um, it's about it's about so many different facets, and you in a fast-paced environment, like you mentioned, then that does work for Dotty Ink, where you can just be like, yeah, can I have two, and then they send it out, and that's it. But for me, it's about being like, well, hang on a second, if you bought one toner from me, that is worth three of the A's, and slightly more. Technically, slightly more because it's 1,000 pages. I mean, you think, oh, that's still 30% of of 1,000 pages is 33% of an A. So technically, you're getting the three toners and 30% on top. So savings wise, it may not be apparent immediately, but definitely, within 3, 6, 9, 12 months, you'll be like, yeah, just use Charles, he'll sort us out. It doesn't always work like that, obviously, but somebody like yourself, and then I can see Zach and Ranvir are clearly everyone's on the same page. I mean, you put me in the mix with the other stores, and I'll be good. The only thing is, Zach mentioned about buying in bulk, but you guys don't need to buy in bulk to get the price. You haven't mentioned anything about bulk, and I've given you the price cheaper. Yeah, but you don't need to, in my experience. Yeah, because the problem is, the printer goes down, Jay, and you're left with all that toner. And you're more. The horror stories I've heard of stores having to like put it in the boot of their car and take it to another store, and having to. Yeah, 100%, because that's what HP do. Yeah, y- yeah, 100%. And also, the M404 that got discontinued a few years ago. It's not even a new printer. There's a 4002. So if your M404 goes down, you have to have a 4002. So you're not even on the newest printer, which means that if you bought in bulk for the M404, the same thing would happen that happened 2 years ago. Yeah, 100, exactly, 100%. Right. In terms of this now, in terms of trying me out, are we looking at another, just to get the ball rolling, we looking at an A or an X? What do you think? Because even if okay, so if we I'll put out this scenario to you. Send you out a toner, perfect, happy days, you receive it. I think I've got your address, Hill Retail Park, Brighton, Winchester Road, yeah. Romeo Golf 22 for Alpha November, fantastic. Send it out, fantastic. Receive it. Sort out the payment of invoice. Great. I'm not in any particular rush because you're not in any particular rush to use it. So I'm not in any particular rush to get paid for it. Whereas obviously if you're using it straight away, I'd be like, yeah, let's get the payment sorted out. So I'm not. I'll be patient on that side of things. I'm not going to rush you, but we're probably unlikely to speak. I would say for 3 to 4 months to make sure that you've been happy with my toner, to make sure that if you do go with the X, it's going to last a lot longer. So we need to have a plan in place of patience, for my end in particular, because feedback might actually take a while to come back to me. Do you think? Just to make sure it fits, it works, you're happy with it. Just to just to tick it off. Oh yeah, very quickly, do you want a price? Yeah, yeah. I was going to say, do you want to very quickly, because my prices, I wasn't expecting you to have 305 XLs, so let me very quickly bring up my price. And another thing as well, I think you mentioned 80, and that's just the point, isn't it? I could have easily said, well, I do them for 75. Well, I do them for 65. I thought, and when you said that, I was in my head, I was thinking he's on about the X. So that is kind of trying to show you that you can put me across all the other 19 stores, Jay, and I'll treat everyone the same. Now, I'm not saying all 19 stores will use me because it's never the case, but certainly if you've got a handful of guys or girls that are on the same page, then we'll all get along. And also on top of that, you can just get on with the rest of your day. You've got a million and one things to be getting on with, and then you can just be like, yeah, we're getting it cheaper, therefore my P&L sheet is going to be cheaper, etc. Now with the Envy, just to let you know, so the black, I don't know if this is going to be competitive or not because I don't make much money on the Envy. If I'm being honest, it's very very close to my cost. But the black is, bearing in mind you're buying the standard. Of course. Instant ink. Oh, hang on a second. So, okay, so we need to. Okay, so this is interesting. Um, I cannot bill you for anything that you order for the Envy until you confirm that it works. I mean, it's similar with the LaserJet. The reason being is that HP may or may not have locked it. So I need to figure out which of my wholesalers has the newest chip version or has the version that can override it. So you said you need the color. So the price isn't actually important on this point. The important thing is it needs to be the printer needs to recognize it 100%. So the price I've got, well, actually the price is irrelevant really, but the price I've got is 15 for the black and 15 for the color. Yeah, and it's the XLs as well. I don't sell the standards. So the earliest that I could get this out to would be Tuesday because my wholesalers don't work on weekends. So it's only me and you. So the uh, you'll get it on Tuesday via DPD, likely to be DPD. What I need to do is on Tuesday. What's your shift looking like next week? Okay, so it'll arrive on Tuesday. I don't know what time. It'll just be an hour time slot. I can email you the hour time slot so you know that it's going to arrive. And then should I catch up with you? At what time are you in till on Tuesday? Are you putting in the color ink on Tuesday? Does it need it? Has it been asking for it? Okay. Well, so you might not need to use it for a few. Okay, perfect. So why don't I give you a bell maybe? Oh, in actual fact, you tell me what time would be best. I work late hours and early hours, so any time's fine with me. But is there any particular time just before you finish, like 7:30, or does it quieten down a little bit or before you leave, or is there any particular time? Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set an alarm in my phone for 7:30 on Tuesday. Obviously, if I don't catch you, I'll leave a message with my name, Charles, and my number. Obviously, you'll have my details on email as well, so you can obviously contact me as well. What's your surname, by the way, Jay? Uh, PPS, perfect. So just to clarify now, so the oh yeah, we haven't said about the HP, the M404. So which one do you think? Did you want to stick with the A for now, and then upgrade to the X after your stock goes down? Because the likelihood is you're not going to need to, if even if you order two, the length of time between your orders is going to be quite vast. And this is what I said about not doing your head in, because you genuinely might go from ordering, I don't know how often you order, but say you order every, I don't know, say 3 months. Genuinely, you might actually be ordering every 9. And I know, it sounds a bit weird because I could easily just sell you the A's and then you'd be ordering the same quantity but cheaper. Trust me, you'll be saving a lot of money doing it this way, and your length of time of ordering will be substantial. It just the trust has to be there that I won't hassle you, and that you know that I'm going to be there if you need me, I'll be there for you if that makes sense. In 9 months or whatever. But anyway, I'm gonna send this across to you. Your was that the correct address? Because I just read it out quickly. Was there any differentiation on that? Because I've read it off Google. So I've got Hill. Yeah, no, yeah, the Hill Retail Park, first line. Bear with me. Yeah, they haven't got it down as that. So Brighton Hill Retail Park. Oh, that's interesting. So Radus Park. Yep. Oh, so it's not going to be called a retail park or anything like that. Radius Park. Okay, so I'll put Unit 1, Radius Park, Winchester Road, Basingstoke, and then RG22 4AN. The email address is what? So I'm going to send you two emails. No, I'm going to send you one actually. One email I'll just put with it'll be a quote, but I'll put it in bold what you've ordered, just so you know that you've done it. I will not send you an invoice until we speak on Tuesday, hopefully, and you let me know what the crack is. Now, in terms of payment, if things did go well with the color ink, and obviously with the HP as well, with the standard, what is your preferred payment terms? Who pays it? The invoices? Yeah. So what is there? Do you know the terms? So you think, yeah. So you think at the end of each month they get paid around the 20th of the following month? Okay, but there's no rush to let me know. Let's just do one thing at a time. Baby steps. Make sure the ink works first of all. Um, because at the end of the day, if that doesn't work, I've got some more tricks up my sleeve. If it doesn't work, so basically, I got four wholesalers. What I don't want to do is send you four color inks. I want to send you one from my main wholesaler, and then if that doesn't work, yeah, exactly. And also on top of that, there may be some troubleshooting that I can give you that can override the issue. So it's not about being pessimistic. It's just about being realistic. I think because that HP they do tend to lock it on the subscription. I think yeah, I think it's going to be a bit tricky. In saying that, I know that there's been some updates recently on overriding HP Plus subscription printers, and I know that my wholesaler in Ireland has just given me an update and said that we're getting really close to. There's something called a chip resetter, and you can actually just reset the chip and it does override it. But that's a game changer because the amount of quotes, yeah, 100%. The thousands of people that I've quoted over the last few years that I've done HP Plus, and I can't even quote them. Now I can actually go back and be like, yeah, I can actually supply the ink. So yeah, let's do that. Thank you very, very much for your time on the phone. I genuinely appreciate it. And then we'll just take baby steps. And if things go well, then hopefully if you mention me in passing or if you mention me to anyone else, they can. And the pricing, you have my word on it. Well, I say you have my word. It's a tricky one though, isn't it? Because if Zach or anyone else comes in and says, "Oh, but if you could, can you do it for 45 if I buy 10 or 5?" It's a really tricky one because obviously I'm not going to decline the order, but at the same time it's going to be like, well, you're messing up the game plan. You never know. You might ring back in 6 months and say, Charles, can I have a toner? I'll be like, yeah, it's 25 quid. I'll be like, what happened to 50? Yeah, Zach and Rambo ordered 100. But I'll send it over now. The email. I'll send you the order for Tuesday. I'll keep you updated with tracking on Tuesday morning. That's what I do every morning. I do tracking, and then we'll just take it from there. Thank you very very much for the opportunity, and fingers crossed it goes well Tuesday. And I'll give you a bell Tuesday evening, Jay. Is that okay, mate? Really really appreciate that, and thank you very much for your time. And hopefully speak to you next week, mate. Thank you. You have a good shift. Thanks, Jay. Thanks, mate. Cheers, mate. Bye bye. Bye bye. So my first call close. Sound and boys. So I just did my first first call close in fucking years. McDonald's. It's really weird actually because I've been here since uh, I went to bed at 1. I left here like late, like 10:30. Got home like 11:30. Went to bed at 1. Got up at like 6:20. And I had a game plan this morning watching Formula One, and I thought, "Do you know what, fuck it, like, watch it and work." And I was like, yeah, yeah, yeah. So I got up, got dressed, I fucking made myself some toast, left the fucking toast on the side. Coming to the office, got like, yeah, got microwave meals for lunchtime. I got porridge pots for breakfast. Fucking porridge was not very nice. And then I was just like zoning out trying to watch this Formula One qualifying session. And I was just zoning out and I was just like, come on, Charles, like get on the phones like 7 o'clock, 7:30. Anyway, I got on the phones. I think I got on the phones like 8:30. No, I got on the phones before that. I think it was 8 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock. Yeah, it's 8 o'clock. I'm gonna double check this, boys. See, I got 26 minutes left of a second hour. Anyway, so yeah, did some calls, did some quotes. Then I had a good chat, but it was a minimal chat. Then another guy said, "Yeah, send me an email," and then another guy was like, "Yeah, interested." Then we ended up having a 39-minute call. Um, franchise is 20 stores. The couldn't use a company called Dotty Inc., which I thought was really cheap on price. Interestingly, their A toner is 80 quid. My A toner, I brought it down from 65 to 50 on my price list for McDonald's, but their prices should be like. I'm so presumptuous, honestly. I just assume everything. I also said to the guy, "Yeah, I know business managers. They leave every 2 years." He's like, "Yeah, no, I get that. I've been there since 2016, though." And I'm like, "Okay." So yeah, he ordered a little color ink, which we don't think is going to fit in the HP printer because of the subscription issue, but we're going to give it a go. And he ordered one toner for the standard toner for 50. Um, so yeah, I'm absolutely buzzing. My first McDonald's in a long time, and God or my dad or something is telling me to do an hour a day of McDonald's. Um, let's go, I the motherfucking home, motherfuckers. Let's go. Must have been 8:30 till 9:30. Uh, Charles. I enjoyed that. I did. Hi, good morning. I was just looking for Kelly. Oh, hi, Ryan. I think that proves I haven't been doing anybody's head in. I, I clearly don't call very often. Very, very quickly, my name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS. I'm based in Cardiff. I and I called quite some time ago actually. So Kelly might not even remember, but she very kindly gave me permission to send an email to the 01365. Um, email address. I called in March of last year, and she gave me a printer model and said that she was going to forward it onto the. I put it on my notes. She was forward onto the franchise owner. There's quite a number of stores in the group, but what I was hoping to do. Was to get permission again to kind of refresh the emails with my name, Charles, and my contact details and my prices. Would that be okay? Would that be okay with yourself? The printer model that I've got, I I would presume that you've probably still got the same one. I know it's a bit of a long shot to ask you this, but do you know if it's an M4 HP Laser M404? Does that ring any bells with you at all? No, no, it's fine. Luckily, I've got it there, Ryan, so it's fine. Fingers crossed, it's on the same one. Is Kelly gone, or does she just work? Okay, no problem. What I'll do is on my notes now, I'll put oh yeah, what happens to this email, Ryan? Do you pass it to the BM or does it go to the yeah, perfect. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, of course. With this email now, is it best to send it now, or should I schedule it to arrive in the inbox on Monday morning? Perfect. So what I'll do is that's ideal. My system actually sets it up for. I can change the time, but it actually does set it up for 8 a.m. on Monday. I'll send it on Monday morning, Ryan. I'll put my name Charles on it with my contact details and my prices. And fingers crossed, if that's something of interest to you guys, you can let me know. What was the name of the BM, if you don't mind me asking? We'll forward on to Liam. Brilliant. I'll put this on my notes. Thank you very, very much for your time as well. Much appreciated. Thank you. Cheers, Ryan. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Dickhead. Right. Fuck off. Right. Break from a computer. 10 minutes. So I'm gonna uh looking for have. Hi, good morning. I was just looking for Prash. My name's Charles. I haven't called for a long time, but I run my own independent ink business called SOS in Cardiff. Uh, uh, did you really? Oh wow, that was it. That was in the 6th of May last year. That's crazy. Yeah. Could I send you an email again? Um, yeah. The last time we spoke was 6th of May. That's 11 months. Yeah. That's crazy. You're like Charles. You need to stop ringing me so often. I'm like, oh, sorry, Prash. Y exactly. Yeah, perfect. So I do the 59A, which is the standard. I do the 59X, which is does more than three times print. But the only thing is though, is it just the one printer that you have in the store, the M404? Yeah. No, it's fine. It's for my notes. It is. No, many stores only have one. So, sometimes they have two, but never usually more than two, Prash. But I'll send over. Is the X toner something that you've been ordering, or have you been ordering the A? Yeah, of course. Do you want me to schedule this quote to arrive in your inbox at a more convenient time? And what I mean by that is, I've called you up randomly 11 months later. When do you think you're likely? It's tough, isn't it? Yeah, yeah, yeah. What about your stock levels right now, this very minute? What do you think? Oh, okay, so you don't have any in stock. You don't hold stock. You wait until it's faded. Oh my God. Yeah, you're the reason why my company is called SOS, Prash. You're literally the reason, the whole reason my company is called. My name is Charles Stead Office Supplies, but I abbreviated it to SOS because of you. I was going to say, I need to teach you a trick, and I think this trick would stand you in good stead. On the LCD screen on the right-hand side of the printer, you can do something called a supply status page, and you can actually check how many prints the it's done, and therefore you don't need to wait until it is faint. You can actually do a print report, and then the factual proof will be in front of you. I fully appreciate I never call at the right time with McDonald's, but if you have very, like 30 seconds, I can quickly show you how to do it. Okay, perfect. So go to the printer, go to the menu. You need to scroll through, I believe, to reports. Okay, click on printer information. You, you need to go to the setup. Try and go to setup. Yeah, yeah. What's it say next? Keep going. Yeah, supplies. What? Okay. It's print. You need to print the report. So it's like print status report or print report. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, yeah. Keep going. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, press that. Yeah, both of them. Press that and then press the next one. You said the next one's supply status. Okay. Now I'm going to show you. If you get like a pen or a highlighter, I'm going to show you what to look for because there's a lot of information that's irrelevant. But you need to see the one line. There's one line, Prash. Okay. So tell me when it prints. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. Is what you need. The line you need to look for is pages printed with this supply. Can you see? Okay. Okay. Now, what the toner code is? It CF259A or CF259X? Perfect. Now, pages printed with this supply. What's the number? Perfect. Now, the figure that you need to get close to is 10K. Okay, exactly, because the toner should perform to 10,000. Now, I'm not saying it may go beyond that. It may go slightly below, but it should always be around that figure. Okay, so exactly, because when you're printing faint, you might find that it's done 12,000. That's actually not such a good thing though, because it wears the printer down quicker. So it's not actually a good thing if you're going beyond the performance that it should do. Of course. Yeah, yeah. So no, no. Listen, this is when we spoke last time, and this time, how can I put it in layman's terms? So I've been selling for 16 years, and it's been an issue and will always be an issue because the manufacturer, if it's HP Brothers, Samsung, Xerox, whatever, they design the printers in a way that they sell them cheaply and then they make their money on their consumables, you know? Now, exactly. Now, when this printer first came out years ago, it was a genuine issue to the point where I had to decline orders because I couldn't fulfill them because they weren't even available in the country. That's number one. But when I tell you this, Prash, that was 5 years ago. Now the issues with the chips are still prevalent, but there are ways to override it, to troubleshoot, to learn how to handle your equipment. So, for example, if I send out a toner and it comes up with non-HP installed, there are ways to override that error message, and then it prints. Now, there's another way. If I send out a toner, it may come up with you can't check a supply status page, for example. Everything I've just showed you, a non-original may not show you that report. Therefore, you may have to go back to the tried and tested method of waiting until it's faint. But let me tell you this though, it is worth the effort because the cost differential is so vast. But the issue that a lot of people have with non-originals is if they've had a bad experience or if they feel they're not getting value for money because the toner either doesn't work or is causing them an issue. So for me, the way I run my company is not based on price; it's based on service. People trust me with their business, and they know that if I don't know the answer, I'll know someone who does. But in your environment, it's a fast-paced environment, so you don't have time to be 100%, exactly 100%. So yeah, exactly. Yeah, but it doesn't. It's not always the case. But the reason I'm saying all this, Prash, is because if you, for example, if you ended up giving me a go, my main focus is to make sure you have a positive experience. And what I mean by that is three things very quickly. The printer needs to recognize it. The print quality needs to be dense and bold, and then the toner needs to last as long as it should. Now, those three things. That's all it is. Now, there's no fourth thing. There's no price because the price is irrelevant if it hasn't worked. Now, if it does work, Prash, then you've saved a substantial amount of money. But it always starts and ends with you giving me an opportunity because at the end of the day, you'll never know 100%. And also because I speak quite honestly and upfront, I I have to, yeah, because otherwise, if I give you the whole sunshine and rainbows, Prash, you're going to be like Charles, you sold me the world, you know. There's no rush, mate. There's no rush. This is the first time I spoke to you in 11 months. I'm not rushing you. Trust me, Prash. It might feel like I'm rushing you, mate, but I'm not. I mean, one call every year is not too bad, Prash. Yeah, 01166. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, of course. Yep, no problem. I think so. I think so. I think you'll still have the same one. So what I'll do is, why don't I do this? Why don't I give you an email in say 6 weeks? And I don't know when 6 weeks is. It's probably like you said, middle of May, towards the end of May. And then what I'll say to you is, Prash, my number won't change, my email won't change, the prices won't change. Just let me know as and when, and then we'll just take it from there. But there's no genuinely, mate. There's no rush because even if you give me a go, we've still got to put it in, make sure it works. You might be off for 2 weeks, etc., etc. But yeah, if it's a good, if it's if it works, I think we can do well. Just to ask very quickly, payment wise, if things did go well and you end up giving me a go and things went well, your company owned. Okay, no problem. And they pay well the company because I haven't had a company owned store for many years, but they used to pay quite well. The prompt, yeah, you told me prompt. Oh, there's a new one. Okay, okay. How could it not be available if they were the ones that installed the printer? How? That's crazy. But that's crazy. Is Odema spelled Odema? Is it in capitals as well or lowercase? Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. I'm gonna put this on my notes. Listen, Prash, I really appreciate you remembering me. I'll speak to you, fingers crossed, in 6 weeks. But you have a good day as well. Thank you, Prash. Thank you. Bye bye. Bye bye. It's a scheduled requote. No. Hi. Good morning. I was just looking for the BM, the business manager. My name's Charles. I've called before, not for a long time. I run my own independent ink business called SOS in Cardiff. But I was just wondering if they're free. Oh, jeez. Hiya. Um, are you the BM? Oh, hiya. Good morning. Very quickly, my name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS. I'm based in Cardiff. I haven't called for quite a long time. I called in January of last year, and I spoke to somebody called Daryl. And I was given permission to pop an email through 00402 with I was given the name of a printer, but I haven't called or emailed since then. And I was hoping, with permission, if I could pop you guys an email with my name, Charles, and my contact details and my prices, if that would be okay. Would that be okay? Oh, thank you. The only thing is, Daryl did mention there was another printer in the office. He gave me the model of HP Laser M402. Is that the right one? Is that still the same one? Yep, perfect. Is it a newer one, is it? Oh, fantastic. I know that one quite well, actually. What was your name as well, by the way? Daniel. Pleased to meet you. I'm Charles, by the way, Daniel. Um, you too. There's no rush, mate. Yeah, listen, I was gonna say, mate, there's no rush. One thing I'll stress, and I say this to everyone, I don't do anybody's head in. I last called, I mean, what was it, like 16 months ago? So genuinely, I mean, to get one call a year, you're lucky. You'll feel special. But I'll send an email over to, but just to ask if they because I've quoted a few. Are you AG restaurants? Is it Andrew Gibson? Yeah, 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 perfect. And just to ask very quickly before you go, if the prices were good or what have you, how does it work with your franchise? Is it kind of like you group together sometimes, other times you kind of get on with it store by store? Is it like quite locked down, or like how does it kind of work? Because every franchise I speak to is always different, you know? Um, just in regards to like suppliers, like for example, if I send it over and it's something of interest, is that something that you guys on a store level deal with yourself, or is it something that has to go through a certain like a set kind of? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Of course, yeah, 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 yeah. Okay. Just to say though, before you go as well, I'm not just trying to be cheaper though, because I'm trying to be serve. I know it sounds a bit wishy-washy, Daniel, but the reason I'm still in business, I've been in business 8 years. I've been doing it for 16 years. But the reason I'm still in business is because of my service, not my price. But I will obviously try and give you a competitive price, but also I can be relied upon as well, if that makes sense. But anyway, I'll leave you to it. I know you're busy. I really appreciate your time, and I'll send it over now. Have a good afternoon. Thanks, Daniel. Cheers, mate. Ta-ra, mate. Bye bye. Bye bye. 23. Sean. Hi, good morning. I was just looking for Sean. Oh, to be honest, I was looking for the BM, the business manager. Oh, there we go. I'll try again. Is it later on today, or is it going to be like next week? Oh, yeah. I spoke with Sean before, but I don't think that's the BM, is it? No. Who is? If you don't mind me asking, who is it I need to ask for? If you don't mind me asking, who is it that I need to ask for? Because I've got Sean on my notes, but ask for Jess, is it? Yeah, because when I spoke to Sean, he said he was going to pass it on, but it was a long time ago. But I'll call back and ask for Jess on Monday. You did say Monday, didn't you? Monday morning. Brilliant. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye bye. Uh, oh. Hi. Good morning. I was just looking for the BM, and is it Nicola? Oh, I haven't called for a long time. Sorry, my name's Charles. When I last called, I spoke with somebody called Ryan. Is he there at all? Oh, perfect. Yeah, of course. When I last spoke to Ryan, I was given permission to pop an email across. My name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS. I'm based in Cardiff. I popped an email through a long time ago. It was last year to 01436, but I haven't called or emailed. It's a bit embarrassing really because I don't call very often. It was in January of last year, so it was about 15, 16 months ago. But I was hoping, with permission, if I could refresh the email with my contact details, and I was hoping to leave my prices as well. Um, it was for the. Would that be okay? Thank you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no, I appreciate that. Yeah, yeah. Well, I wish it was that simple. It's I'll definitely send it over. Is it the same printer that I was given by Ryan? I've got a HP Laser M402. Does that ring any bells? Does that sound about right? Perfect, perfect. I'll send it. If you don't mind me asking, what was your name? Sorry, Stephen. With a PH or with a V? Perfect. I don't want to influence you, but I do think that's the best way of spelling Stephen. I just want to put that out there before you get the email. I'm going to send over. My name's Charles, Stephen. If you don't mind me asking, initially, shall I just? Is it okay just to address it to yourself, or is do I need to address it to the BM? Would that be okay? Yeah, no problem. Yeah, 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 yeah. No, no, it's fine. I'm going to send it across now, and then I'll put my name, Charles, my company details, my prices, very clear, delivery's very clear, and like I said, one of the best things about me is I don't hassle people. I don't call. Well, clearly I don't call often enough because things change between calls. But if you need me, all I'll say, keep me on files, pass it on to Debbie, or however it works, Stephen. Let me know if it's of interest. Thank you for your time. Have a good afternoon. Cheers, mate. Bye bye. Bye bye. Fuck me. Hi, good morning. I was just looking for the BM, the business manager. Yeah, of course. I've called before. My name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS. I'm based in Cardiff, but I haven't called for quite a long time. I last spoke with somebody called Kate. Oh, there we go. Is it because I know Kate, last time I spoke to her, I was given permission to send an email to the 00831 address. But she was going to forward it on. I don't know if this makes any sense, but she was going to forward it on to the consultant and the accountant. I sent over some prices for the HP laser printer. Is it worth waiting until Kate's back in, or is it something that you think I could pop into an email again? What do you think is best? I haven't called for a long time though. It was genuinely, it was February of last year, so she might not even remember me, to be honest. Yeah, yeah. Oh, should I schedule the email to arrive when she's in then? Because that might act as a bit of a refresh. Yeah, perfect. So if I do it for Monday morning? Oh, what time? What time is she in? Okay, perfect. I'll do it at 10. It's like a scheduled email. And then I can put my name Charles on it, and then fingers crossed she might remember me. But the name of the printer, I know this is a long shot to ask before you go, but do you know if it's changed at all? I've got the laser M404. Does that ring any bells at all? Oh, perfect. Fantastic. Is there any other printers? Because I know when I speak to people on the phone, I try and get one model, but I never push for two. But do you know if there is a second one at all? Yeah, 100%. Do you think I should put them all in there? Yeah, I've got I've got the you've probably got the M402, the M404, the 4002 is the newest version. You might even have the P2055. Is that Yeah, yeah. Do you think I should put the other variants of the printer, even if your store doesn't have it? Do you think I should put it in there because other stores may have it, if that makes sense? Yeah, yeah. I know when it's black and white. Yeah. There's no color one there, is there? Yeah, no problem. I'll tell you what I'll do then. I'll send an email, schedule it for Monday, and then Monday morning I'll put my name Charles on it with my contact details to Kate, and then fingers crossed if she has a look at it and it's of interest, she'll forward it on again. But I appreciate your time and thank you very much. You have a good afternoon as well. Thank you. Cheers, mate. Thanks, mate. Bye bye. Bye bye. with the 5 quotes out on follow up. Hour. I think I'm gonna have lunch now. $8 minutes. I'm gonna be kind to myself. That's buzzing. That's really good. Seven, 6. So when I come back, 12:30, 1:30. So power hour. 05:04:25 UK data. So what I'm going to try and do is follow up 05:04:25 UK data. I'm going to try and follow up on Specsavers in Wales. See if I can get another scout. Oh, and I want to do a third one as well then. Well, let's do this first. So power hour would be power hour would be 3. Opticians. UK opticians. Yeah, exactly. That's a lot of blanks. Are we going to start from the beginning, was I? It's not one of my most favourite places. All right, I'm going to go on lunch. Okay, so I'm going to put 12:30. All right, so I got um, Toulon versus Saracens to my left, and I have uh, Everton, Arsenal to my right, and I'm cold calling opticians Les Guido. Whenever I say Les Guido, it's always number 9 series. Fuck's sake. Didn't I do all the mobile numbers? Okay. Hi, good afternoon. I was looking for the person that orders ink, like for the test room printers. Oh, there you go. Is it any good on email or better on the telephone? Would that be okay? Yeah. Could I pop an email with my name, Charles, and my contact details? Would that be okay with yourself? Yeah. If you've got his email, I can pop it into an email, my details. Yeah, sure. I was going to ask as well, very quickly before you go. I know it's a bit of a long shot to ask, but do you happen to know the name of a printer so I can put it into the email with some prices, if that makes sense? Um, do you know the name of a printer so I can put the prices into the email? No, no worries. I just thought I'd ask before you go. But yeah, if you can get the email, that'd be brilliant. Thank you. Yeah, of course. There's no rush. Thank you. November Alpha. Yeah. India November. Yeah. Echo Sierra Hotel. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, brilliant. And if you don't mind me asking, who is it I need to address the email to? Oh, Nainish. Okay, cool. So it's Nain. Yeah, ESH. Yeah, brilliant. Thank you very much for your time. Oh, should I send this email now or should I schedule it to arrive on Monday? Yeah, just send it now. Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much for your help. Cheers. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Is PL not spoken? Hi guys, my name is Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS. I'm based in Cardiff. I was just hoping someone could give me a quick call back on a Cardiff number, 02922 402 747. Thank you very much. Hi, good afternoon. I was looking for, hiya. I was looking for the person that orders ink, like for the test rooms. No, no. My name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS. I'm based in Cardiff. Is the person any good on email, or is it better to call back? Yeah, of course. And if you don't mind me asking, what was her name so I can put it on my notes? How do you spell it? Sorry. Sasaima. Brilliant. I'll try again. Thank you very much. Thank you. Cheers. Bye bye. Bye bye. Hi, good afternoon. I was looking for the person that orders ink, like for the test room printers. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Is it any good on email or better on the telephone? W would that be okay with yourself? Would that be okay to um oh, thank you. Yeah, it was only to send my name, Charles, and my prices, that was all. Just to see if it could be of interest. But I can also schedule it to arrive on Friday as well, or whenever you said he's back in. Ah, brilliant. Thank you very much. Cheers. Bye bye. Hi, good afternoon. I was looking for the person that orders ink, like for the test room printers. Oh, you don't have printers at all, do you? Oh, no worries. Thank you anyway. Cheers. Thank you. Bye bye. Bye. All right. What? I texted in the group very clearly that your mum needed to. I have got no money. I don't have any money, so I text in the group for your mum to do the Go Henry, but she's having problems adding the card on. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's fine. Have you got my what account have you got for me? When you said Tyler's been trying to get hold of me, I've had no phone, no phone. Yeah, that's because your credit's gone, mate. Hang on, because now there's another issue now with his credit. Well, why can't? Oh, okay. What have you got? Account number? Yeah, but I got two. No, not that one. Yeah, you don't have to read it all out. Just the last. Back to work it is. This guy said he's got no printers. Hi, good afternoon. I was looking for the person that orders ink, like for the test room printers. The test room printers. Have I called the right place? The optometrist? Oh, I'm not sure actually. I've got B12 postcode, but I've got Peter E. Waite, but I don't know if that's correct. Oh, perfect. I was looking for the person that does the ordering for ink, like for the test room printers. Yeah, Costco. Would my name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS. I'm based in Cardiff, but I was hoping for permission to send an email with my contact details and my prices. Would that be okay with yourself? I'm not as big as Costco, Currys, or Viking, but maybe one day. Maybe one day. Yeah, yeah. No pressure. Is this the email, is it? Yeah, so sorry. So TE, so Tango Echo. Yeah. Or P. Or P. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 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 TE, yeah. So EYES, yeah. 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 Perfect. What was your name, by the way? Sandy. SANDI. Oh, oh SANDY. Yeah. Perfect. Perfect. I was going to ask, I know this is a bit of a long shot to ask you before you go, but do you happen to know the name of a printer so I can get started and get onto the same page as you? Yeah, yeah. Do you, do you own it? MPC? It might be MPC, but it's 305. I'm guessing now. I I know there's let me bring up my recos. I know I quote for sure it's MPC 305. Hang on, let me yeah, so the one I've come across is an MP and then there's a dash, not a dash, a space, the letter C 305, but it's a multifunction. It has a color screen on the it has like an LCD screen on the right hand side. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, 003. Yeah, you were right, weren't you? You weren't that far off actually because you said that as well. Perfect. That's not a bad guess. No, it's not by guess. What and do you have anything else, Sandy, or shall I leave it with that one? Yeah, 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 yeah. Is is it a LaserJet Pro or OfficeJet Pro? It normally has four numbers at the end. Do you know the four numbers? Yeah, no worries. Or the ink codes. Do you know the ink codes like 953 XLs or? Oh, there you go. You did it. Got to give yourself more credit. Um, I bet you took a picture thinking this will come in handy one day. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. That's why I call my company SOS for moments like that, by the way. Um, so hopefully it'll be of interest. Did you say so where I've called you now, this number, is this the right number for you? Is that okay? Yeah, I'm thinking because obviously you've got different places. Also, on mobile, I don't know if this could be of interest, but I do this with a lot of my customers. I've got a WhatsApp business account, and I do a lot of business with different places like McDonald's, Spexes. I've been doing it 16 years, so I've been doing it a long time. Been running my company for 8, but a lot of my customers, genuinely, they just message me. They message me a picture of their printer sometimes, Sandy, and they just say, "Can I have a full set for this printer?" or something like that. So. That potentially could work for you as well. But what was the mobile? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Perfect. What I'm going to do then, I'm going to send you an email. I'll put my name, Charles, my company details, my prices, my delivery. I'll have to double check on the Rico because that isn't a model that I recognise. The one that I said I do, but not the 3003. So I need to double check I can even do it. If I can't do it for any reason, I'll put NA where the price should be, like not applicable, for example, or not available. Um, and then I'll WhatsApp you the equivalent, like the equivalent quote on a WhatsApp message. But obviously, I'll try and keep it simple to look at, and then it'll be on both. Then, you know, would that be okay with yourself? Perfect. And in terms of getting back to me as well, I would say one thing before you go is I promise not to do your heading. So hopefully that makes sense. I don't call very often and things like that, so I'm not going to like hassle and badger and things like that. Is that okay? Perfect. And I'll put my name Charles on there, and fingers crossed. Get in touch if you're interested. No worries. You have a nice afternoon. Thank you, Sandy. Thank you. Bye bye. Bye bye. Do you know what? I had to download my Messenger app. I'm never even on Facebook or Messenger or anything. I hope you feel special. I did call back, but there was no answer. But to be fair, there was no answer when you called me. I was cold calling optometrist in Birmingham. So I was literally on the phone. I could see you calling. I was thinking I can't hang up on this person. It was good. Yeah, of course. Yeah, sure. Give me 2 seconds. Bear with me. Okay, here we go. Did you manage to get to the bottom of the? Have you gone back to originals on the other HP, the laser? Yeah. So I was gonna ask you that. Right. What I'll do is I'll get three. You don't need any color, do you? Say that again, sorry. You don't need any tricolor. I just need 3 black and 1 color, please. Okay, so 3 black, 1 color. Perfect. That should be fine. It should be with you Tuesday. That's fine. Thank you. Thanks, Ida. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Look on the ankle. Ian. Oh, of course it's not in service. Oh, uh, jag får på igen. Uh, okay, so got number two. Well, that was McDonald's, wasn't it? Two. Ah, here we go. The Wales one. Hi, good afternoon. I was just looking for the person that orders ink, like for the test room printers and the bin printer. Yeah, would that be okay with yourself? Oh, bear with me. Geaint, or is it different? Yeah, no worries. Thank you. Just out of curiosity, because I've been doing this a long time. My name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS in Cardiff. But I've been doing this a long, long time, and I always say, on the speculative calls, I've got like the printers that I think you might have, because obviously a lot of the stores have the same printers or similar printers. But I've decided to change my question to how many test rooms do you have? Does that make sense? If I say that, because there's usually one in each one, isn't there? Um, do you think by asking that question, I'm using you as a bit of a guinea pig, by the way, sorry, but because I've got it on my Excel spreadsheet, I've got a column now that says test rooms or tier, and I'm gonna whenever I speak to the stores, I'm gonna say instead of saying because I normally say, oh, have you got the Oki B432 on the shop floor? Have you got the HP laser in the test rooms? You know but a lot of times people don't know the Oki hasn't changed for years, but the HP has. Yeah, exactly. But the HP's changed a lot. Does that mean if you say four test rooms, does that mean in my head now you've got a minimum of four? Is that right? Or but you'd have more than that, wouldn't you? Because you normally have one in you probably have a color one in the office. You've got a field test printer as well normally. Yeah, yeah. Because I'm thinking if I ask the question of how many test rooms, the person I'm asking doesn't need to have any knowledge of the printers. But if they say, "Oh, we have eight or we have two," if I put that number down, it's going to be that plus. Usually, like you said, plus three because it's going to be one on the shop floor, at least one on the shop floor because a lot of stores have two. Um, Yeah, because I've spoken to some stores and I've got like 10 plus test rooms, and then they've got like yeah, do you know what I mean? They've got yeah, you've only got the four exactly. I don't want you redesigning your store to get more test rooms for me. Well, exactly. That's what I was thinking, and I've done this for so long that I'm so kind of set in my ways because I think I know everything. Because I'm like I've done this for so long, you know. But it really in my Excel spreadsheet because normally when I do calls, I say to the person, "Do you have a model of the printer?" But the thing is, I already know your printers, and if I don't know the specific model, I'll know the one before it, or I'll know, a similar version of it. So when I send a quote, for example, it might not have, it'll have like the M477, the color one in the office, but you might not have the 477. You might have the newer one called the 479, or you might have. Does that make sense? So it's kind of like the person can email me back and say, "Oh, Charles, we don't have the M477 anymore. Just to let you know, it's not that one. It's now the 4302." Do you know what I mean? I could put them all in, but it'll just end up being like seven or eight printers, and you might only have two of them. So it's a bit tricky to know what to send without knowing for sure. But it's like if I got your test room number, I know roughly. Yeah, yeah. It's 100%, yeah. Because I'm just thinking that question that I always ask, which is what's the name of the printer? The person usually who answers might be on the shop floor, so I already know that printer. So it's kind of like I'm wasting my question. And usually you're so like busy and hectic and manic. People are usually like exactly. Exactly, they can't even go in and check the printer model. Exactly, 100%. But I'll definitely. I appreciate you letting me know that. So what was the email? Sorry, because I interrupted you. Oh, bear with me. Let me write this down. So, GERAINT. Yeah. Dot Williams. Yeah. 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 Do you think, in terms of to send the email, when do you think is best? I can schedule it to arrive at a Monday. Yeah. 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 Yeah, so if I schedule it for like my computer can do like any time, but it defaults to like Monday 8 o'clock in the morning. That should be a good timing, shouldn't it? Yeah, perfect. Uh, Fingers crossed. Yeah, yeah. I'll send them. Oh, that was going to be my other question actually. With my generic quote, I normally do a HP printer that I think you have in for the test room. mono, so black and white. I then normally do the oki on the shop floor. 'Cause a lot of stores don't actually have the oki, but I do the oki in the generic quote. And then the third printer that I do is usually a color one because the color one is usually quite expensive to run. So the third one I do, it's used to be called the DVLA printer, I think, and that one's in the office. But what I know it's asking, but what's your recommendation like to do? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, so what would your kind of like recommendation for me to do? Is it to stick with three printers that I think you have? So one test room, one bin, and one office, because that's what I was going to do, like sit together, you know? Yeah. Yeah, I've been doing it. Yeah, but yeah, exactly. Because the thing is, like I said, the color one. There's three different models. There's the oldest one, the M477. Then there's the M479, and then there's the 4302, which is the newest one. And then on same with the test rooms. There's they used to have the Ricos. I don't know how long you've been working for Specsavers, but they used to have Ricos in the test rooms. That was a bit easier then to remember. But switched to HPs, and then since they've had HP, they've only had HP like 7 years. They've probably had three or four different versions already. Yeah, 100%. They keep discontinuing and then bringing out a newest version. 100%. 100%. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, in 4 years, that genuinely that's crazy because on the shop floor, the B432, there used to be a printer called the B710. This is back like 10, 12 years ago. I first started calling them specs, so it was 15 years ago. But the B710, honestly, I'm not even joking, it lasted like 10 years. I don't think anyone in the whole country has it anymore. I think maybe one or two have. Literally, I got my spreadsheet so I can like do a search and find for a B710. But the B432, when it got replaced with the B432, so everyone's had that one for like 10 years maybe, but everyone's like it's still available to buy as well. It hasn't been discontinued by Oki. Yeah, but you could still buy a new one of it. So like where HP keep like discontinuing the model, so they if they discontinue the model, then the toner code changes, the page yield changes, the price changes, everything changes. The old toner doesn't fit in the new printer, and things like that. So it's really frustrating for a lot of stores when they have a lot of stock. Sometimes they have a lot of stock for a printer that they can't use it for, because the new one and what you do exactly. So for me, it's just like I've got so much knowledge and experience, but I just think on my spreadsheet, I just tried to think of something new that I could put just for the number of test rooms, and I think then I can kind of filter it and be like, right, like you said, small to because your terminology, like you said, small to medium. Do you say medium to large as well? Is that how you say the large stores? So what? Yeah, so large would be like 10 plus, and then you're saying m medium, so M to L. Oh my God, we're doing close sizes. So M, this is very dodgy ground here. So M to L, medium to large, you would say would be what, 5 plus or 6 plus? 6 plus, and then small to medium, you would say is obviously. But then, is there anything sm is there small stores like with? Yeah, that's interesting actually, because yeah, 100%. But I know this sounds a bit sad, but on my spreadsheet, it's got something which I only found. Been using spreadsheets for a long time, but I've only found this out the other day. My friend said, "Why don't you do conditional formatting?" I was like, "What the hell's that?" And they said, "Oh, well, just pick a column, and then you do the colors, and then if it's one is red, and like say five is like green, for example, and then obviously if you want it to be more, it goes like through the colors, so light green, no, it goes like yellow, orange, etc., from red to green. You can change the format like vice versa. So that's a really good point. So for example, if I put the small to medium, I could put a certain color, and then I could put like 5 and 6, etc., and then 10 would be like blue. So that's a really good example because then Yeah. So on the thing, so you're saying so small to medium, four, you reckon four test rooms. You don't think anything would be less than four, less than four. Is that yeah? Definitely. I'll up their prices on your behalf. It's okay. And then so there's you would say there's three categories: small to medium, medium to large, and large is 10 plus. Yeah, I've come across large. There's one in Birmingham, and honestly, it had so many shows. I used to. Have you heard the one in Birmingham? I think it's the biggest one in the UK. I think it is. Yeah, I think it's like 15 test rooms. Yeah, I'm sure it's like 15 or 12 or something like that. Y- Yeah, it must be mad. But the one in Cardiff on Queen Street, when they did the upstairs, I can't remember how many test rooms they have, but the staff number, obviously it must be part-time staff as well. But I used to supply them when I used to work for a company. This is like going back years ago, and the staff number was over 100. Because when I got them on board, I stupidly, because I shouldn't have done this, but when I got them on board, I'd give a pack of biscuits for every order, and I decided to give a pack of biscuits for every staff member. So I did two hampers because they didn't fit in one hamper, and I did 100 packs of Maryland cookies. They were 50p at the time. They weren't what they are now. And like I think I spent 50 quid. Yeah, well, that's the thing. The interesting thing is the lady. I went there for a meeting. This is a true story. The director. I called up, and the director said to me, "Oh, I was working for a company down Cardiff Bay, for example, and the guy said, would you like to come in for a meeting with me and my admin lady who does the ordering?" And I said, "Yeah, sure." But I went to the barbers first. I was like, I looked a mess, and I was like, "Yeah, no problem. I'll be there like half an hour." And then I turned up like an hour later, and then I went in this little small room, and we had. Well, I would say we had a good chat, but they were a bit. I don't know. They were a bit. They were a bit kind of strict because what they were looking for like just the cheapest price. And even working for a company, I wasn't about the cheapest price, even though it wasn't my company. I was an employee. I just felt like it's a race to the bottom on price. They were like, "Oh, we paid 24.99," and I was like, "Okay, well, how much are you?" "Oh, well, if you do 23.99," and I was thinking, "Yeah, but if they go back to the other company at 23.99, they'll do 22.99." So I was trying to explain to them about the service. It's only so far you can go, and I was saying I'm a customer for Xavier, and I said I've been in the store since I was a kid, so I want to get on board, and I want to obviously branch out into other stores. And then the most ironic thing is they ordered 10 toners for their first order, and my boss said to me, "That's an amazing order," and I said, "No, it's not." I said, "If they've ordered 10, that's a problem because what if they have a problem, like an issue with a couple of toners, like you want to start off small and build it up to 10. I've got no issue sending out 10 toners, but I do have an issue sending out 10 toners with someone I don't have a relationship with. Because what if they, like I said, what if there's an issue?" And lo and behold, I was right. And I sent the hampers and everything, and they received them. The lovely 10 toners, two hampers, amazing. And then literally like 2 weeks later, the woman called me up. She said, "Charles, we've used two of them. They don't work. Can you pick up all of them?" And I was just like, "Yeah, no worries, whatever." And I didn't even argue. I just had a gut feeling that they weren't on my page. Yeah, 100%. And the best laugh is there's a store called Albany Road in Cardiff, and they used me for like 6 years, no problems. And the most ironic thing is the same directors for the stores, and the one store ordered for years and years. It's the people that matters. It's not so much the store, the test rooms, the printers. It's a people business. Even though everyone wants it, the directors want it cheaper, and the managers and the admin staff don't want people ringing up all the time and doing their head in. 100%, yeah, a reliability, 100, yeah, exactly, 100%. And the best laugh is most of the times I get WhatsApp messages or emails, and they don't even mention price. They just say, and they sometimes I got some pictures on WhatsApp, and they take a picture of the stock room, and they say, I had this store in Bournemouth. They took a picture of the stock room. They said, "Charles, can you just tell us what we need?" Now, can you imagine that level of trust? Picture of the stock room, loads of toners everywhere. what do we need? Now, most companies, surely, or most people, yeah, 100%, most people would surely take advantage of it and be like, yeah, you need five of that, you need four of that, you need three of that. And I actually said to them, that you've actually got too much of that, and you need to get rid of that because you don't have it anymore. And I actually gave them advice of what to do with the stuff that they don't need anymore. So I actually cleared up their stockroom for them, things like that. But it is what it is. It's the people that pay attention and are happy with me. They get along with me really well, and we do business for years. But then sometimes people then leave the company, and then I've lost the relationship. And that's happened a lot in Wales. In particular, I've lost a number of stores with managers going, and then I'm back to kind of square one. But I, it is. It's a couple of years turnover as well. Yeah, it's not even like it's instant either. You said you've been there 4 years. So, for example, say like you've been ordering off me for say 4 years, and then that's amazing, 4 years of orders, and then say like you up and leave, and then I call back, and they're like, "Oh, Geraint notice the ordering," and I'm like, "Hi, Geraint, my name's Charles." Oh, and then if we need anything, we'll let you know. And it's, do you know what I mean? But I'll leave you to it. What was your name, by the way? How'd you spell it? Sorry, I didn't think. Keziah. Sorry, I wasn't expecting you to say Keziah. I was thinking, oh no, now I'm gonna have to ask her to spell it. But my name's Charles. I'm gonna send this email on Monday morning. I really, really appreciate the mini therapy session because I know you're busy, so I really appreciate that. And your help and advice as well. And I'll send that email through, and fingers crossed it'll be of interest to Geraint as well. Yeah, yeah, I had Alex on my notes. Yeah, 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 yeah. I do. Yeah, this conversation, genuinely, I have this conversation with people who do the ordering, and they just say, Charles, I need a toner for a printer, and then I say, well, what printer? And then that it kind of leads, and then I kind of give them, I like hold the hand basically, and so it could be good timing, because it could be something that I could say to him, right, okay, well. The OKB432 takes three different toners, and then he might be like, well, the thing is, there's a line going down the side of the page. What's that? And I'll be like, well, you need to change the drum every three toners, because a lot of times people think like it's the toner that's at fault, and sometimes it's the drum that needs changing. And so many times, like with the Queen Street store I told you about, I took my daughter in there to do an eye test, and the guy got in conversation, and the guy was like, "We're having so many problems with this B432," and I said, "Well, let me have a look," and he did a printout, and I said, "Have you changed the drum?" And he was like, "What's the drum?" And I said, "Well, the drum is behind the toner. You need to change it every three toners." And he was like, "Oh my God, we never knew that." Well, no, it's crazy. I wasn't even gonna. Do you know what? I wasn't even gonna mention anything because the lady didn't work there anymore. In the store, and I wasn't even gonna mention anything. I just sat there and I thought I'm gonna be stubborn and I'm just gonna let him because he was moaning about it to me, and my daughter was just sat there like my dad's gonna say something now about ink or whatever. He's gonna do it, but I had to because he was moaning, and then when I gave him the advice, he was like, "Oh my God, and you sell them as well?" And I was like, "Yep, I do sell them, and I sell them probably cheaper than what you're buying them for." And he's like, "Oh my God, and you're local?" And I was like, "Yep." And he said, "Well, do you want to write it down on a post-it note?" I said, "I'll tell you what, I'll do you a deal. I'll write all my details on a post-it note. I'll give you all the advice that you need to get this printer back up and running." I said, "I bet you somebody will take the advice, change the drum, get it up and running, and I bet you nobody will ring me for an order." And he said, "No, no, no, they will." I said, "Okay, let's make a bet. When my daughter comes in to collect her glasses in a couple of weeks," I said, "I bet you no one's been in touch." And I did it all. Lo and behold, he come up to me when I picked up the glasses. He said, "Has anyone been in touch, Charles? Because we changed the drum and it's working fine." And I was like, "No one's been in touch, but And he's like, "I can't believe that, no. But it is what it is, isn't it? Can't please everyone. Yeah, can't please everyone. 100%. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but that's the thing about price. Somebody said I spoke to a McDonald's store earlier, and the guy said to me, value, and I said, what an amazing word. I said I use that word value a lot because value isn't anything to do with price because it might not just be price you need. What if you're buying something that's cheaper, but then I show you something that's three times more print? Well, are you buying the cheapest thing, or are you buying the most cost-effective thing? Because the one that does three times more print is £20 more. Therefore, you're not paying three times as more, paying on the cheaper one. It's not cheaper. With knowledge, it's actually more expensive. It's actually a hell of a lot more expensive. It's actually double than what you're paying, but you don't realise it because you're thinking it's cheaper. So you are right about that. And in regards to the directors, I don't even want to start there because I'll call the next store and the person will say the directors don't even get involved. And then I'll call the store after and they'll say, yeah, the directors like want everything cheaper. So every single store has like a different story about the directors. Honestly, and a lot of times as well, I speak to the directors like directly. I've got amazing relationships with a number of directors in the UK, and they message me on WhatsApp. And on the weekend, I just took a store from Prestatyn a couple of hours ago. They've been with me for like 8 years, and they call me on a Saturday. Most like all due respect, like no places in the UK are open on a Saturday to ring apart from me to actually speak to, and things like that. So it's like the value in the service is what I like really hold in high regard. Oh, 100%. But then I'm not in control. So like if I send this email, the prices might be good. The hopefully you pass on the conversation, brilliant. And then you might go, like you said, you might go to the director and they might be like, no, we're happy with who we are. And then it's kind of like all that effort is kind of put to waste. But it is what it is. It's just I've been doing this a long time. I don't see this conversation as a waste because you never know. You might put in a good word with Geraint, and then Geraint might get along with me, and then Geraint might speak to the director, and the director might say, "Yeah, crack on," and then before you know it, you started to use me. So just got to take that chance, really. Yeah, I appreciate it. That's why I'm called SOS, by the way. So my name's Charles Stead, and the company's Stead Office Supplies, but that's actually why I'm called SOS. I have that conversation a lot when people say, thinking if you, yeah, yeah, just take it from there. Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, what I'll do is I'm going to put those three printers that I mentioned. So I'm going to put the test room printer. I'm probably going to put one that I think you have. I'm going to put three printers that I think you have. Is it with copying in? Because you said you're going to mention it. Is it with? Do you have access yourself to any emails like the store email or the MGR or the customer email? Is it with copying it in the DIR? Yeah, yeah. Abovgani. Yeah, 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 yeah. Perfect, yeah. And then if I send that across, shall I send the one to the DIR? Shall I send that one now, or should I send them both on Monday morning? Yeah, yeah. I've got Jamie on my notes. Yeah, I've got Jamie on my notes. Yeah, yeah. Perfect. Let's put that to Jamie. Really, yeah. It is a tough one. I do feel for the stores, and then when you've got a handle on it, like I said, a printer will go down. They'll go on the Fujitsu portal, and then they'll try and find the same printer. It'll be gone. They'll order a new one, and then the whole thing starts again. You know. But I think that's the reason I've stayed in business. Genuinely, I think it's my service and it's my knowledge and my experience that stands me in good stead. So when people throw anything at me, I can help them out, and it's like working as a team. To get the savings. It's not just cheap, 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 which a lot of companies do, which I get, I understand. A lot of people just they just literally Specsavers and McDonald's are the two companies I know that just get hammered by companies that just offer them cheap stuff. But I just don't agree with it at all. The last time I called the store, I think I called once last year, and I think I called like a couple of years ago. I'd call like once a year. Honestly, it's like I don't call very often. But I'll send the email through to DIR. How do you put? Is it Kazaya? Did you say Kazaya? Kazaya? Kazaya, no problem. Thank you very, very much for your time. I genuinely appreciate it. And I'll put all the details in the email. My name, Charles, Cardiff contact number. And then if it is something of interest, let me know as and when. Or Jamie, through Geraint, and then we'll take it from there. But thank you very much. Have a lovely afternoon. Thank you, Kazaya. Speak to you soon. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye. I'm tough on this one. Oh, got this Sue so many times. Hi, good afternoon. I was just looking for the person that orders ink, like for the test room printers and the bin printer on the shop floor. Yeah, sure. My name's Charles. I oh, thank you. My name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS. I'm based in Cardiff, but I was looking for permission really to pop an email with my contact details, and I was hoping to leave some prices as well. Would that be okay to do? Yeah, of course. It's a Cardiff number, so it's 029 22 402 747. If you don't mind me asking, who is it that now does it? Because in my notes, I haven't called for a while, but I had Sue down. Is she still there? Yeah, yeah. But there's no rush. The reason I asked is because on my notes I'll put Sue doesn't do it anymore, but I'll if it's of interest. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Is it you don't think it's worth popping my prices on the MGR email? Would they pick it up on that email or? Yeah, no worries. I'll leave you to it. Thank you very much. Cheers. Bye bye. Bye bye. Hmm. Well, if you close your eyes. Hi, good afternoon. I was looking for the person that orders ink, like for the test rooms and the bin printer on the shop floor. Oh, is she any good on email or better on the telephone? Oh, let me write this down. And how do you spell her name? Sorry, Tarima, did you say? How do you spell it, if you don't mind me asking? Tarima. Yeah, perfect. I'll try on Monday. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye bye. Bye bye. Hi, good afternoon, Jade. I was looking for the person that orders ink, like for the test rooms and the bin printer on the shop floor. Monday, perfect. Who is it I need to ask for, if you don't mind me asking? Let me write this down. Is it with, because I have called before, I've been given Jamie's email, jamie.pullen. Do you think it would be worth popping an email scheduled to arrive on Monday? Still try and call, but do you think an email would be good as well? With my name, Charles, and my contact details and prices? Yeah. I think I spoke to you, so you probably don't remember. I called last year because it used to be Kath, didn't it? Who used to do it? Maybe. Yeah. But I don't call very often. But just out of curiosity, I know this is a bit of a strange question, but I've got like an Excel spreadsheet with all the stores of Specsavers and everything, and I've got a new column that I've put in there to try and find out the printers. Do you know how many test rooms you've got in Paddy? Six. Would you say, with your experience, would you say it's what size store would you say six is? Because I spoke to somebody earlier and they said that anything six and above is medium to large, anything 10 and above is large, but anything like less than six, like four, is like small to medium. Would you say that's about right? Does that sound about right? Yeah, because I've put it on my notes, I have. But anyway, I'll send an email through now to Jamie. No, I'll send it for Monday. Sorry, and then if it is of interest, fingers crossed, you can always get in touch. But thank you very much for your help anyway. Anytime. Thank you. Cheers. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Hi, good afternoon. I was just looking for the person that orders ink, like for the test room printers and the bin printer on the shop floor. Oh, there we go. No worries. Well, thank you anyway. Cheers. Bye bye. Bye. Hi, good afternoon. I was just looking for the person that orders ink, like for the test room printers and the bin printer on the shop floor. Yeah, of course. Is it the MGR email? Is that the best one? Which email is the best one to use? Yeah, I've got the MGR one as well. Yeah, sure. Thank you. Yeah. And I haven't called for quite some time, but on my notes, I don't know if this is out of date, but I did. Well, I spoke to somebody called Hannah, who was the manager, but it was quite a while ago. Yeah, I was going to say, but the person at the time, anyway, might have changed, but the person I had down was called Holly. Is that still right, or is that changed as well? Yeah, I haven't called for a long time. Yeah, just did you say Sarah? Did you? No problem. Sarah for Sarah. Sarah for Sarah. Yeah. Oh, Erin. Oh, sorry. I thought you said Sarah. Sorry. I'll send it over now. Thank you for your help as well. Bye bye. I can't handle the turnover of staff. It's fucking nuts. Hi, good afternoon, Helen. I was looking for the person that orders ink, like for the test room printers and the bin printer on the shop floor. Oh, there we go. Is she any good on email or better to try on the telephone? Yeah. I've got an email down, but I don't know if this will be the right one. I've got the MGR. Is that the best one or is it a different one? Yeah. Oh, perfect. If you don't mind me asking, who is it I need to address it to? I haven't called for a long time, so I think these people, I'm not even sure if they're there, but is it Colette? Oh, right, okay, yeah. I haven't called for a very long time. Is no, no, I was going to say I haven't just got Lisa either. I had Colette and I had another lady as well. I've just overridden it with Lisa now. I can't go back. It's that back button on my spreadsheet is. Oh no, Callie. There we go. It did go back. Yeah, that again, yeah. I was trying to prove it. I was trying to prove it again. I was trying to prove it twice. Just to ask out of curiosity, I know this is a bit of a random question, but when I send the email across, I'm on my spreadsheet. I'm trying to, as you can tell, I haven't actually called since 2019, so I clearly don't hassle people. But I was going to ask, I've got a new column on my spreadsheet, and I'm trying to do the test rooms. Do you know how many test rooms you have in Bridgend? Seven. Oh, cool. Do you when you say seven, do you class that? Because I'm trying to get the terminology right. Is that a medium to large store? Is that what you call it? Oh, it is classed as large. Okay, cool. So, because I was told earlier by someone that, well, you might actually be able to put a different opinion on this. So they said that small to medium would be like four test rooms and above, but medium to large would be like six and above, but large would be 10 and above. But would you say that would be different? Because there's usually a printer in each test room. That's the reason I'm asking, because I'm trying to figure out what stores are going to be slightly bigger than others. But you're saying seven you're saying it wouldn't be 10 plus, really? And what would so yeah. Do they, yeah, I was gonna because when they say the people I've been speaking to, they've been saying small to medium, but they haven't been saying small or medium. They've been like small to medium. So is your words in your language like, is it small, medium, large, or is it like, so how come they, because they've been saying small to medium, if that makes sense. Like one person I spoke to, they said, oh, our store is small to medium, but isn't it in one category? Yeah, so it's literally three categories. Okay. Y- yeah, yeah. So you're saying one to three is small. You're saying four to six is medium, and you're saying seven plus. Yeah, six. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Perfect. I really appreciate that. Anyway, I'll send the email over on Monday. Oh, is Monday the best the best time to send it as well? Schedule it for Monday. Um, After 10, perfect, because I can actually schedule a time as well, so I'll put 10 a.m. on my notes. I really appreciate that. You've gone and put the cat amongst the pigeons with my notes, so I need to, I, I need to. Well, the thing is, there's something on the spreadsheet I never knew it existed called conditional formatting. My friend was like, Charles, why don't you just do conditional formatting? I was like, what the hell is that? I've been using spreadsheets for like 20 years, never heard of it. And yeah, well, it's the button that changes the color. So like say for example, one would be like red and like 10 would be like green. It goes from red to green with all the other colors, if that makes sense. So I need to try and figure out to glance at it, I need to be like, okay, well, one to three is like you said, small, like red, and then it'll just like be like that. But it's pretty cool because normally I ask the question of what printers do you have, but I already know what printers you have, so it's like the question that I ask somebody that doesn't know about printers, what printer do you have? It kind of like it puts them off. It kind of like they want to get off the phone. Then they're like, no, go away. Just call Lisa on Monday. I'm not interested. But if I ask how many test rooms you have, at least it gives me an idea how many printers you have. Because normally, like I said, test room in each printer, you've normally got one on the shop floor, you've got one color one in the office, maybe a second one in the office, and then the field test, something like that. Sound about right? So yeah, yeah, roughly, roughly. But yeah, yeah, roughly that. Yeah, but I'll leave you to it. Thank you very much for your extra advice I've got. I think that actually clarifies it a little bit better, putting it in those categories. But yeah, you have a nice day as well, Han, and I'll send that email to Lisa. Thank you. Cheers. Bye bye now. Bye bye. Bye bye. Hi, good afternoon, Craig. I was looking for the person that orders ink, like for the test room printers and the bin printer on the shop floor. Yeah, and the bin printer, and I was hoping to leave some prices for like the office printer as well. Maybe the field test printer. My name's Charles. I run my own independent ink business called SOS. I'm based in Cardiff. Um, oh, please meet. Yeah, yeah. Anything I say could be good, Craig. No, no, of course. To be honest with you, even if you did know, it wouldn't bother me. All I was hoping for was for permission to leave an email with my name, Charles, my company details, my prices, my delivery charge, and then I was hoping, if you had the time to have a look at it, maybe it could be of interest. But in terms of knowing your prices off the top of your head, certainly wouldn't expect you to know that, or even, it wouldn't make much difference even if you did find it on the call, because I don't do. I know it sounds a bit wishy-washy, but I've stayed in business. I've been in business 8 years. I've been selling for 16 years. But the reason I'm still in business, Craig, is not because of my price, and I believe it's because of my relationships with my customers. Um, Being cheaper is obviously important, or being cheap is important, but I don't believe being the cheapest. So if you said to me, "Oh, Charles, we pay 50," and I say, "Oh, I'll do it for 45," and then you go back to your current supplier and do, well, he can do it 45, I'll do 40. So I don't do that type of thing. I try and say to people, I've got a lot of knowledge, a lot of experience. I've been doing business with Specsavers for a substantial amount of time. I think it's been about 15 years now. So it's more a case of seeing if I can send it over, uh, and then it's up to you. Fingers crossed. It's of interest, but the ball's in your court, really, Craig. To be honest with you. Bear, bear with me. Sorry, I know a lot about ink, Craig, but I only type with one finger. Hang on. So you need to calm down. Right, so it's Craig.Phillips, Phillips. Perfect. Now, this is what I was going to do. If you have time to correct me, brilliant. But if you don't worry. I was going to put an example of the bin printer, the Oki B432. Does that ring any bells? I was going to put the HP Laser M402, which is an oldish test room printer. Does that ring any bells? Okay, the M404. No, 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 no. It's fine. I'll put the M402, but as an example. But obviously you can just correct me if you don't have it, or yeah, exactly. And I was going to put a color one in there as well. I was going to put the color laser M479. Does that ring any bells? Possibly. Yeah, perfect. Just out of curiosity, because I know that you guys are a relatively new store, I think. Um, yeah, I that you weren't in my spreadsheet 5 years ago, so I haven't actually called any Specsavers in Wales in over 5 years. How many test rooms do you have in your store? Three. Are you classed as a, because I'm trying to get the terminology right. Are you classed as a small store with three? And am I right in saying that a medium is like 4 to 6 and a large is 7 plus or something along those lines? Just out of curiosity. That's true, actually. Yeah, good point. I'm saying about the test rooms, but of course there's other facets in play for the to class it as a certain size. You are right. You could have three test rooms and be flat out and have more business than somebody who has double your test rooms. Yeah, you're right. Anyway, I'll send over this email. Like you said, have a look at it when you're ready. See if it's of any interest. I'll put my name Charles on it, my Cardiff contact number. Fingers crossed it can be. Double check on the test room printer because, like I said, it may be out of date. And then just come back to me and we'll take it from there. Would that be okay, Craig? No worries at all. And is there anything else that you need from me in the email, or are you happy just to receive it and then take it from there? Perfect. I appreciate that, and I appreciate your time as well. And you have a nice rest of the afternoon. Thank you. Cheers, mate. Thank you, mate. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Uh, Fuck. Dickhead. I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to the shop. I'm gonna come back and do some admin.